Yeah, backyard ready to go.
Fix my roof up, Major League. That's the worst.
Are we ready?
Okay.
Okay, yes, sir. So,
I would like to call to order the Board of Education meeting for Tuesday, November 9, 2021. Are there any speakers related to the closed session topics? There are no speakers. The board will now convene to the closed session. Thank you. Yeah. So this- So then we're- The sound, oh, we're not supposed to keep the sound?
When you speak, I would turn it off.
The board will now convene open session and report out from closed session. Live streaming on YouTube will begin now for the open session of the Board of Education meeting. The URL for YouTube live streaming may be found on New Haven Unified School District NHUSD Board of Education webpage just before the meeting begins. If you are 6:38 instead of 6:30, if you are joining us online by Zoom webinar and you would like to provide public comment for this meeting, you may do so by utilizing the raise your hand option in Zoom. Or if you are calling in by phone, please press *9 and wait to be called on. Community members may still provide public comments to the board prior to each meeting via email at publiccomment@nhusd.k12.ca.us. There were no comments provided to the board for tonight's meeting via the public comment email address. I would like to remind the public that we will not be responding to questions posed by those making public comments. Relative to closed session items number 3.1 through 3.5, there was no action taken by the board. Agenda item number 5.1, pledge of allegiance. Our school board member is not here. May I have it? Let's have it. Pledge of allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Calderon, Canlis.
Here.
Gonzalez,
Here.
Ishihiro,
Here.
Sweat Mallory,
Here.
Chima.
Here. May I have a motion and second to approve tonight's agenda? So moved. Second. Roll call, please.
Canlis,
Aye.
Gonzalez,
Aye.
Ishihiro,
Aye.
Sweat Mallory,
Aye.
Chima.
Aye. Agenda item number 5.4, the land acknowledgement will be read at this time of the meeting. Any volunteers, please, from the board members? You want to do it? Yeah, go ahead, Justin. Oh, no. Sure.
We want to open up this meeting by acknowledging with respect and love that the land we are on today is the traditional ancestral homeland of the Ohlone Chochenyo First People. We recognize and thank the Ohlone people as the original stewards of this land. Indigenous people must not be spoken about in the past context, as if they left on their own accord when the real causes were white supremacy, manifest destiny, and U.S. colonization. By recognizing we stand on the occupied indigenous territory of the Ohlone people, we recommit to ourselves to listen to Native leadership and stand in solidarity with people struggling against systems of oppression throughout the world, past and present.
Thank you. Agenda item number 6.1, public comment, hearing of visitors on topics not on agenda. Are there any blue cards for topics that are not on the agenda?
I have one blue card, and that's from Joe Angels.
Good evening, Trustee President Chima, Secretary Clerk, Joe Mallory, and the rest of the board, Dr. Thompson, district staff, the members in the gallery. Appreciate time tonight to make a comment. It's regarding last presentation, which was an outstanding presentation by district staff on the different data areas that we saw, and was really appreciative of that kind of comments. We were very much concerned and take some offense on one of the questions posed by the Board of Trustees, in particular, Trustee Canlis, in making note of the 2019 attendance data point, asking that it should be noted as due to the strike. And I was just here to remind folks that, as you recall, the strike took place well after P2, where both attendance and funding was already full engaged. So in our eyes, there was no impact on attendance. And I also like to remember too, for us, that majority of the sitting board was duplicit in that action. Because obviously your selected leader, at that time superintendent, maintained his position, which was approved by that board, of a 0% offering to the teachers, which drug on and resulted in the strike. So I say that just to remind us that in order to move forward, things have to be understood and changed, rather than looking at things like the perception that we had, that there's a place of a point of blame. That was because of the strike that the attendance was affected. And in reality, I don't think it has. And I stated that because our understanding when we posed a strike, it was for that consideration. So we would appreciate consideration going further when comments like that are made that goes against or separates, which we have done much to kind of change that direction. But those comments are remembered. As much as we can move past history, we won't forget it. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there any speakers who are Zoom
We do with Greg Snelling.
that wish to address the board on the matter? Okay. Please.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, go ahead,
Yes,
please.
I apologize for my voice. I'm a little bit ill, otherwise I'd be there in person. My name is, I'm here to speak a little bit less eloquently to what Mr. Angeles spoke to. My name is Greg Snelling. I'm a 25-year veteran of AES. I would like to address Board Member Kenlis and her comments made at the board meeting on October 19th. After staff presented the annual student achievement update, Ms. Kenlis inquired about and commented on the poor dashboard score New Haven has for chronic absenteeism for the 2018-19 school year. She said the reason we are in the red, that is because of the strike. Is there an asterisk somewhere that indicates? Because if someone looks at that report, it looks like we're in the red in 2019, not knowing that there was other reasons that made that happen. Mr. Bazzani replied that staff had asked the California Department of Education if perhaps there was an asterisk that could be made. But the CDE declined, and that is the outcome for that period. Ms. Kenlis does not like the mark. I can't imagine any of us do. It makes New Haven look bad. The strike makes New Haven look bad. I made the inference that Ms. Kenlis does not take any responsibility for the strike, even though she was a board member at the time directing the district bargaining team. On October 23rd, I emailed Ms. Kenlis sharing your desire to asterisk the dashboard score with a note to explain it away. It comes off sounding like you do not believe NHUSD school board and management had any role in creating the strike. I hope that is not the case. Ms. Kenlis kindly replied, my questioning was to get confirmation of the cause of the red designation on the dashboard to inform possible recommendations for possible next steps. In follow-up emails on October 27th, 29th, and November 4th, I explicitly shared my reasoning in making the inference that she takes no responsibility for her role in the 14-day strike. And I infer that she believes responsibility for the strike in 2019 lies solely with the unit members of NHTA. I specifically asked, do you believe NHUSD school board members and district managers share any responsibility for the strike that occurred in 2019? On November 4th, I respectfully told Ms. Kenlis I would be taking my concerns public at this meeting. To none of these emails did she reply. The conclusion to be made is that board member Kenlis does not accept any responsibility for her role in creating the circumstances that led to the teacher strike in 2019.
Thank you. Is there any other speaker?
There are no other speakers.
Yes, no other speakers. Okay. Agenda item number 7, public comment, hearing of visitors on topics on agenda. Are there any bloopers for topics on the agenda?
No.
Okay, are there any speakers via Zoom that wish to address the board for the topics on the agenda? Please raise your hands now. I will call on everyone one at a time. I will unmute you when it's your turn to speak. Please keep your comments to 2 minutes. Speakers that go over 2 minutes will be muted. Is there any speaker?
There's one speaker, Mr. Greg Snelling.
Okay, please allow him.
Hi. Greg Snelling once again. Regarding 8.1 Facilities Master Plan, I'm so glad to see that there could be an opportunity to provide a modernized learning environment for the students and families of Alvarado that matches the beautiful, wonderful people of that community. Regarding 9.2, the NHTA Sunshine Proposal, I want to reiterate regarding my comments on October 19th that I'm hopeful that the recent positive dialogue that we have going between the district and NHTA continues when bargaining a full 3-year contract. A contract that recognizes the dual importance of reducing class size to help student achievement, while also providing teachers the salary increases deserving of their work. Salaries that draw teachers to New Haven and entice teachers to stay in the profession. I wondered if I should share my exchange with Ms. Canlis. But her comments at the board meeting and a lack of response to my questions communicate a message that can impact negotiations with NHTA and had to be made public. I was hesitant about poisoning the well because my decision to share tonight could impact negotiations as well. However, the fact that a school board member will not acknowledge having any responsibility for creating the circumstances that resulted in the strike of May 20th, 2019 has me very concerned. So I am wondering whether NHTA can expect a good faith effort by the school board to continue moving forward. Ms. Canlis has but one vote on the board, but board member Nishihira and board member Chima were also members when the strike took place. I will be sending each of you an email and asking you two the same question Ms. Canlis refused to answer. Do you believe NHUSD school board and district managers share any responsibility for the strike that occurred in 2019? I hope to receive a more encouraging response from both of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Agenda item number 9, public hearing. 9.1, public hearing, educator effectiveness. Block grant expenditure plan 2021 to 2022 through 2025 to 2026.
Excuse me.
Oh, sure. I skipped 8. Yes, I got it. Sorry about that. Agenda item number 8, recognition, presentation, and or action. 8.1, presentation from Facilities Master Plan final draft. Ms. Edmund.
Should I make an introduction?
Sure.
Good evening, Superintendent Thompson, members of the board, President Chima, and staff. So summer of last year, we engaged through an RFP process, SBA architects to assist the district with updating our facilities master plan. The last one was completed in 2013. So after several months, including all the different changing of directions given the pandemic during the year, we now can unveil the final draft of this facilities master plan. Joining us tonight is Mr. Chris Bradley of SBA Architects to walk us through, like I said, the final draft of this plan. He will share with you that at the next meeting would be the full report for your acceptance. So with that, I assume Mr. Bradley would be in Zoom. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Well, thank you very much. It's wonderful to be back with you tonight. I certainly appreciate the opportunity to present the end result of a very long process that involved quite a few dimensions. And it's been wonderful getting to know your community and work with your staff as we develop this with you as a partner in it. So with that, I will go ahead and start up my PowerPoint here and let's go through it. Are you able to see the PowerPoint?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Well, once again, I'm Chris Bradley with SBA Architects, and it's again my pleasure to be here tonight. I want to talk a little bit about what a facilities master plan is and really kind of the approach that we take in looking at school facilities. And so this is a diagram or metaphor that we've worked with quite a few times that I think really kind of captures the 4 key components of looking at school facilities and doing facility planning. And looking at each of those as a leg of the stool that all need to have equal consideration in order to have a well-balanced approach. The first one being educational adequacy for program delivery. And what this really means is, do we have the right types of spaces and quantity of spaces to serve the educational programs that you have? The second one being the facility condition. What condition are those facilities in, and what do we need to do to them, if anything, to bring them up to the place that they should be? And then number three, looking at your student enrollment and making sure that we match the quantity and types of spaces with your actual enrollment. In other words, making sure we don't have too few classrooms or too many classrooms if we're building new construction. And then lastly, leg 4 is the future capital costs, both how do we go about building and maintaining the projects, and where does that money come from? And so those are kind of the 4 key components to school facilities planning. And those are the things we're looking at as we started working on your facilities master plan itself. So a facilities master plan is a lot of things. It's a pretty thick book by the end of the process, but everything can kind of be distilled down to one of 2 things. And that's where we get the quote at the top there. It's a snapshot of where the district is with their facilities today, and a roadmap of where the district wants to go with their facilities tomorrow. So everything in that document serves one or both of those components, the snapshot of today or the roadmap for tomorrow. And the highlights of the parts of the facilities master plan are really community outreach, and we'll talk about that in a little bit more detail in a couple slides from now. The facilities condition assessment, which is where are you at now? What's the snapshot of today? And we spent a lot of time at your sites going through each of the buildings, photographing them, taking notes, putting together diagrams, and then ultimately sitting down with your site stakeholders and the community and getting their feedback on their thoughts and opinions and information on the existing facilities. And then from there, we looked at what are the educational facilities program needs from an assessment standpoint. What types of spaces might we be missing? What types of spaces might you have that maybe aren't adequate for what you're teaching now and how you're teaching them? And making that a part of the needs assessment. And then ultimately addressing those needs in an integrated facilities master plan. So that's the roadmap of where you want to go with your facilities. And so for each of the sites, we've put together a master plan or a roadmap that shows how we would go about transforming your facilities into what you want to accomplish in the coming years. And then lastly, there's something called educational specifications, and that really defines both the quantitative and qualitative aspects of each of the individual educational spaces. So for example, a classroom would have some quantitative components that are defined, the square footage, the height of the ceiling. There's some qualitative components to that. What is the type of environment that we're after? And it really, in a very complete way, defines those spaces. And so that then becomes a guide for implementing the master plans that we've got for each of the campuses. So let's talk a little bit about the process. And specifically, I want to talk about kind of where we've been with the stakeholder involvement. It's such an important part of the process that it's not just the architects looking at your sites and coming to conclusions, but really it's a stakeholder-driven process. This is getting information from your site stakeholders, the people that are there every day, the teachers, the administration, the parents, and then reaching out more broadly to the community as well and getting really everyone's input on the facilities and making sure that we've listened to all those voices and taken good notes, made a thorough understanding of the input, and then responded to that in our master plans. And so along the process, we've had 7 facility master plan committee meetings, and that's really the steering committee that the district put together. We had 23 site stakeholder meetings, so folks that are out at the site every day. We've had 3 community outreach meetings that were held with Zoom during the pandemic. And then we also did a community survey that ultimately ended up with 559 survey responses. That's a pretty impressive number because it was a pretty long, detailed survey. So we really appreciate how much input we got as a result of the online survey. And then lastly, we've had 11 meetings and counting with your facilities, M&L, and district departments. So we've certainly spent a lot of time with you working through this and leading towards the roadmap that we were just talking about. So I wanted to just put this up on screen, and this is the type of information that we were able to get from the surveys, as well as detailed narratives from folks that were responding to it. But just want to impress upon you how great it was to have this many respondents and people that really took time out of their day to help us. And so 559 folks is quite a response, and we're very much appreciative of that. So as we went through the input that we got, both our time on the sites and the site stakeholders, the community stakeholders, some themes emerged that really, I think, guided kind of the conceptual approach to what we're doing on the individual sites. And while this is by no means everything that emerged, these are the sort of major components that were really kind of categorizing the different parts and pieces. And so the first one was campus equity. And we looked at the campuses and wanted to make sure that we had like for like opportunities for each of the students across similar schools. So for example, that one elementary school didn't have educational facility opportunities that maybe another elementary school did not, and vice versa. And then for the middle school as well. And then portable building replacement really kind of came to the forefront. You've got a pretty considerable number of portables that have been placed at your sites over the kind of dramatic growth that you've had in the last 20, 25 years. And by the current count, I think you've got 143 portables, 64 of which are on temporary foundations. And so one of the things that we addressed in the facilities master plan is replacing those buildings with new permanent construction. And that became a major theme. And then we had classroom and building improvements. And these are existing buildings, or in the case of portables, replacing existing buildings and making sure that they're able to provide the type of facilities that you need to do contemporary and future sorts of education, really making sure that we've got flexibility in the proper facilities for you. And then we had safety and security, and that has a lot of dimensions, including things related to traffic and pedestrian access, but also looking at your fencing. How do we secure the campuses? How do we create a single point of entry so that you can secure the campus during the school day? Where do we need to look at other auxiliary security components? Do we need to look at a more robust visitor logging system? Do we need to look at security cameras in this location versus that location? Things along those lines. And then there was a separate security assessment report that was done as part of this process. And then positive campus environment and exterior improvements. This is kind of our theme of how do we take the experience of being on campus to the next level? How do we create spaces that students really want to be in on the exterior? How do we create the types of places where we're going to get students gathering and working together outside? How do we create outdoor classrooms and outdoor learning opportunities and that sort of thing? And then lastly, deferred maintenance. We wanted to make sure that if there was anything that really needed to be brought up to a maintainable state, that we took care of that. So for example, if you are in need of roofing replacement on the building, we included that as well, so that by the end of accomplishing the master plan, you have all the parts and pieces of your facilities at a current level. So I wanted to show you a couple of examples of the types of facilities master plans that we put together as a result of this process. And so each of the campuses has two maps. This is what we call the existing map, and it's really just a colored inventory of what you've got today. How many classrooms do you have? How many portable classrooms do you have? Where's the library and the admin, the kitchen, your multi-purpose and that sort of thing. So at a glance, we can all understand exactly what's out there today, and then be able to reference that in context of what we're proposing in the future. So for example, this is Alvarado Elementary School. And then here's an example of one of the new master plans. And so those themes that I just talked about are on the right-hand side, color coded, and then that corresponds to work on the site. So at Alvarado, for example, we're proposing a pretty big picture change to the campus, and we're proposing a whole bunch of new buildings in essence, as well as, I don't know if you can see my mouse or not, we're looking at expanding, for example, the pickup and drop off putting in a new admin building in this corner adjacent to the existing kindergarten classrooms, a new multi-purpose building here in the center. And that creates a great single point of entry that you can lock down easily and control ingress and egress during the school day, expanding your parking, and then actually doing, we're proposing to do a 2-story classroom building here that really opens up a lot more space on the campus, and I think makes it much easier to sort of administer the site, if you will. And so this is an example of just one campus of what we're proposing to do. And then for Logan High School, in my second example, it's a little bit more complex. It's such a large campus with so many parts and pieces. We actually expanded it beyond just the 2 sets of images. We still have the existing for each of the levels. And so this has the same kind of setup where it's a color-coded explanation of what all the parts and pieces are now. We've got one for the second floor as well. But then we broke it up into several proposed project plans. So for example, this one's showing where we're actually proposing to do removal of existing buildings or features. So for example, we're proposing to get rid of the portable buildings that are up here between the fields, and actually proposing to demolish a good chunk of the center of campus where you've got your old finger buildings in order to transform the campus and I think really kind of take it up into the next century's educational needs. And so here's an example of the academic component of the future proposed projects. And it involves a new building here along H Street that we think really would create a new front door to the campus. And then a 2-story classroom building here that allows us to open up the center of campus and have a large shared quad. And I think when we were certainly coming to the site for the first time and walking around, one of the things that we noticed was that there really wasn't a center of campus. It was, you've got a lot of buildings. It's grown a ton over the years as your enrollment's gone up. And it kind of felt like maybe it didn't have a heart of campus in the way that it could. And so we wanted to address that here. And so we're proposing in large part to reconfigure the center of campus to create a more sort of traditional, almost collegiate feel of the high school. And so we have the new admin here, a new entry here, and then we're looking at doing some shaded outdoor area there. This is just the second story. And we're also looking to do some improvements to your athletic programs, redoing your field, looking at doing some expanded staff parking here to pull some of the parking that's currently happening. You can just see it in the background off the center road there, doing some improvements to your fields, doing some improvements to your existing indoor athletics, as well as replacing the pool house and the pool equipment. But let's talk about funding. So there's 2 aspects to how school construction is funded in California through the school facilities program. One is new construction, and you don't have any current eligibility for new construction, but you do have a fair bit of modernization eligibility, and that's in many ways more important for the district right now. And the way that that works is it's a split between money that the state gives you and money that you need to provide locally. So the split for modernization is 60% is provided by the state and 40% by the district. And in terms of eligibility, if you've got permanent construction, a classroom or a teaching station is eligible for funding every 25 years. And if you have portable classrooms, they're eligible every 20 years on a rolling cycle. And so thankfully, you guys have a fair bit of eligibility right now, either now or through 2026. And so if you look at the light blue on the left and the dark blue on the left, you've got somewhere, depending on a couple of variables, you've got somewhere between $58 million and $76 million worth of state grants that you'll be eligible for between now and 2026, provided, and this is the asterisk, that a statewide school bond is passed that's actually funding ready for you, but you are presently eligible or will be eligible for between $58 and $76 million of state money. So from there, we start looking at, how might you prioritize what you're doing with the money that you have and to maximize kind of the opportunities. What do you look at first? And so we're suggesting 5 things to kind of guide what might be your first set of projects as you start to implement this master plan. And the first thing being, let's take advantage of that state funding eligibility. You have it, and you've got eligibility at 11 campuses. So we would use that available funding once, say, a state bond is passed, to start doing work on those 11 campuses. And we can talk about what projects you would pursue first, but generally speaking, I think you'd probably do modernization of classrooms as your first major move for those campuses. Then we're also proposing that you also focus on some what we're calling equity projects. So for example, look at Alvarado Elementary School, and has some of the smaller classrooms, some of the older classrooms. I think it's got some shortcomings in terms of the layout, and as well as Hillview Crest is a little bit on the older end of the spectrum in terms of having been modernized. So I think those would be a good project to focus on as well, or projects. Also looking at the high school, I think the high school is something else to focus on. It obviously benefits all of your students, or nearly all of your students. And that would be, I think, something that really would have a tremendous sort of bang for the buck in terms of really transforming the campus, creating that heart of campus, creating new classrooms that will serve you for decades to come. And then also looking at safety and security projects and deferred maintenance projects, which should also be high on the list. In terms of next steps, the last piece of the puzzle we're putting together for the facilities master plan is providing cost estimates for each of those projects and then escalating them for the next several years. Construction cost obviously is continuing to go up, and it has been for as long as we can all remember. And so we're projecting into the future what we think that construction escalation will be, so that you can plan your projects not only in today's dollars, but in the dollars that we expect them to be when you actually would start construction on them. And then you'll be getting the document itself for approval on the December 7th board meeting. And then from there, you look at what are your future funding strategies? How do you go about funding these projects, and specifically the local portion of the state grants? And with that, I'll turn it over to questions.
Any questions? Go ahead, Trustee Michu.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Very interesting. What does the board need to do if they want to add additional things, or is it too late at this point to add additional things? So as an example, sustainability or open space or density, right? Because one of the things that we should really look at is how do we make the most out of our total acreage. So a lot of schools I see are actually going up to make more efficient use of our acreage. What do we need to do to maybe add another theme to this master plan?
So the facilities master plan is really meant to be a living document, if you will. It's really intended to be something that grows with you, that gets updated as you go. And then if there are things that we need to add or delete for that matter, we can simply do that. It just becomes a revision to the facilities master plan. I will say some of the things that you brought up specifically, like density, are already in there. One of the things that we really focused on as we're talking about replacing portables, replacing some of the older classroom is, does it make sense to go up? And in many cases, we propose to do a 2-story building so that we can have a smaller net footprint of the building and create more open space for you, and really make more use of the precious commodity of space.
Okay. And then next question is, what is the relationship between the Measure M funding and the spending kind of outline that we shared with the breakdown between state and local? I'm assuming those Measure M funds are already earmarked for a very specific project. So I'm just wondering what is the relationship between those two things?
I think Annette probably would need to respond to that in more detail, but my understanding is that the current bond dollars have already been earmarked towards projects that are planned and in the process. I believe that your current projects will take you to the end of the current funding. That said, if there was a little bit of funding left, you could use it towards the local portion.
So to execute on that funding plan that you've outlined in the document that we're looking at, we would need to raise more bond money from our tax base.
Yes, that would be correct. As Chris mentioned, one of the next steps would be funding strategies.
Okay.
And just to add, the facilities master plan that was completed in 2013 is what is driving our current bond program.
Right.
Under Measure M.
Okay.
And those projects were identified and scoped out a couple of years ago, definitely. And we're implementing that program as we are.
Okay. And the three projects that were identified today fall outside of Measure M? These are additional?
These are new projects or
New projects.
continuing projects from our last plan. They are not part of Measure M bond authorization, if that's the question.
Yes, that's the question. So if for those projects that were outlined in this facilities master plan, we would have to raise additional local dollars to do those things.
That would be our next step, correct?
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from board members? Go ahead, trustee Gonzalez.
Yeah, I would like to see in the possibility Logan proposals, something, I didn't see anything that it really addresses the traffic and the drop off pickup. James Logan in the morning where bottlenecks up on overall miles. I would like to see something in there that really addresses that. You know, that's the number one, or top, at least the top 5 complaints. What are we doing about this traffic on overall miles in the morning and in the afternoon? So I'd like to see something that really addresses the drop off and pickup. Perhaps cutting into our field and making, cutting our corner right here in our district building so they can spit out traffic. We carve into the field to have a nice valet or chauffeur parking drop off. Something to make it easier, something to alleviate that. That's it.
Okay. Any other comments from the board members? Go ahead, trustee Leslie.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm assuming when we go to approve the actually master's plan that we'll get more, these samples we put in here, I can't read them. So will we get clearer plans to look at when it comes to time to approve?
Oh yeah, you'll have the entire document, which contains not only the plans for each of the sites, but all the sort of research and support that we put together to support the proposed projects. This was really meant to be kind of an overview of what it looks like and what the document is, as opposed to a presentation of each of the sites.
That's it. Thank you. And a question from me is in the meetings, facilities master plan meetings, some of the school administration, they have suggested that they would prefer to have not multi-story buildings. Is there any reason from the state or from locally it's preferred to have single-story buildings instead of double-story? Do you have anything to say about that? For the safety reasons, and I think there's some, I forgot there's some other reasons, if you can elaborate on that.
I apologize, a little bit of echo on the, you were asking about why 2-story versus 1-story?
Yeah.
It really,
Our administration staff, I heard in some of the meetings that they would prefer to have a single-story buildings instead of double-story.
I know what you're referring to. So one of the concerns about a 2-story building is that some of the existing 2-story buildings were built 20, 25 years ago and maybe didn't have the type of acoustical separation from first floor to second floor that they probably should have. And there's been complaints about just the noise that comes from the second floor down to the first floor. And we're actually going to be mitigating that in one of the proposed projects on those. There's 2 examples of where you've got that problem. But really when you build 2-story buildings these days, and really, quite frankly, for quite some time, there's a pretty robust acoustical separation that goes between the first floor and the second floor. So any type of multi-story construction that you do now would not have that problem.
So other than that, what is the difference? If you know it already, that's fine. If not, you can answer it later on that economically, which buildings are more economic, single story or the double story?
They're actually pretty close. The bigger the building gets, the more efficient the two-story is. If conversely, a smaller two-story tends to be more expensive to do a multi-story because there's infrastructure that comes along with that. You've got the elevator, you've got the stairs and that sort of thing. But as the building gets bigger, it really at least starts to flatten out as an equal, generally equal cost between single story and two-story. There's a little bit more structure that goes into the two-story, but you've got a little bit more envelope for a single story. So it tends to even out.
Did you consider, when you were making your evaluations, the size of this district, New Haven, and also we are in the declining enrollment? Did you consider that in your decision-making process?
I apologize. I'm still having some acoustical problems on the feed. Did I consider what in the process?
That the size of the district and also we are in the declining enrollment.
Yes,
Did you consider those factors when you were developing this facilities master plan?
we did. And we spent a lot of time going through your projected enrollment. And you guys put together a very robust projected enrollment document. From there, we looked at the number of students you have and then calculated out what we think is kind of the mean quantity of students you're going to have at each of the campuses, and then design sort of from that perspective and work the number of classrooms that you need ultimately from there. So at most of the campuses, once you start removing portables and then putting new classrooms in their place, there's fewer net classrooms because you've got a declining enrollment. And some elementary schools, that's just a couple classrooms. At the high school, that number actually starts getting a little bit bigger. I think the last count was you would end up with, I think, 14 fewer classrooms, just because you don't have the same enrollment that you did 15 years ago.
Okay, thank you so much for now, and we will see when it comes for the full next meeting. Any other questions?
Can I add something?
Sure.
It doesn't work, but I just want to get back to trustee Nishihira's question. Want to share that one of the slides that was shared has to do with state bond, when there is a state bond. What could happen sometimes is if there is a state bond that's issued and there is local dollars that we can get matching from, that adds to our purchasing power. Therefore, you could add to that list of projects over time. The reality is construction cost goes higher every year, but when there is a state bond, that would add to our opportunity, like I said, to increase that purchasing power based on our own local dollars.
So,
Go ahead.
so as, one thing that I know is the second phase of Hillview Crest construction hasn't really started yet. So I guess the question is if we wanted to get that state match, and let's just say hypothetically that the state bond passes whenever the next ballot time is, would we be able to retroactively apply for those state matching bonds?
Yes, we actually did some eligibility review again, based on the projects that we have lined up, and we could. Even if like I said, there's a hot topic right now at the state level, they are seriously considering one for the coming year. And so we could get lined up for funding like that.
Because these are considered shovel ready, right?
Yes.
So
And then, one last question. So I had this impression that we had, maybe they're considering or they passed it in the last election, one of the biggest bond in the history of the state. Is it happening in the future or it has happened already?
No, we haven't had any in the last couple of years. There is a lot of advocacy behind it. So we're expecting to see more talk on that at the state level.
I see. Okay, thank you.
It's highly probable that we will see a new bond next year. We'll be voting on that.
Yeah, I have heard some conversations, so I was not sure. Okay,
I think we have our student board member joining us virtually, and he has his hand up. Does he want to speak to the bond or to the facilities?
Oh, yeah, thank you for noticing.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to be here during Zoom or on Zoom tonight. I do have a question. I don't know if it was answered, but I would just like to know for double clarification. For the James Logan High School demolition, one, what would be the timeline? And I think my question, I had seen the map that you had presented to us, and I'm kind of, I guess my question would be, what's gonna happen to those, the students that are in those classrooms when we're going through the demolishment, you know? If I'm not mistaken, you had the portables and the 400s and that other middle area, was that a hallway section?
So to answer the when, that would still be determined. It's
Okay.
going to really be contingent upon, I think to some degree, the state bond passing, how you go about funding the projects from the local component, and then really sitting down with the district and figuring out how do we do all these parts and pieces, because they do affect each other like you alluded to. At some point, if we're demolishing classrooms, the students need a classroom to go to while the previous ones are being replaced. And so we need to look at, do we use the portables that are out there as temporary housing during the declining enrollment? Do we need to add portable classrooms out on the fields? What options do we have to do that? And it's really kind of going to be kind of a complex algebra, if you will, with a lot of variables coming into play. But that's sort of the next step, or maybe perhaps 2 steps from now. Once you have the funding figured out, how do we implement the projects in a way that doesn't disrupt campus, or that doesn't, it's as little disruption as possible? And how does that relate to escalation funding and how long the construction projects are going to last? Being that the later that you start them and the longer that they go, the more expensive they are by virtue of just inflation. So it's probably not a very satisfying answer, but the kind of the short answer is it really depends on a number of factors that yet have to be determined.
Awesome, thank you. I do appreciate, you know, any answer that you could give and that you did give. So I do appreciate that. I think that's it for that. So thank you, I appreciate that. And hi, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to be here on Zoom.
Thank you. Dr. Thompson, do you have something?
No, I just want to thank Annette and Chris for all the work. This was a long process, and hopefully it provides us with a great roadmap where we're going to head in the future. So I'm excited to see if we get the funding.
So thank you so much for the presentation and having this overall facilities evaluated for our future changes. I would also like to mention here or question, I don't know, it might not be a part of the SEA's scope of work, but maybe Annette can find out that I would also like to find out that how we are doing in terms of the ratings, the facilities our neighbors have. For example, Fremont, Hayward, or some of the areas. Do we have any kind of system to evaluate in terms of how we are faring relative to our peers? That how much investment we are going to make, and where we stand in that. So just write it down, and maybe in the future, if you can find out the information, we will appreciate that. Thank you.
I'm not sure what you're asking, but
I'm asking that our facilities in New Haven, and how are they faring, that they're rating maybe some kind of, you know, how old they are, how well maintained they are comparing to our neighboring districts.
yeah, I don't know that there's any way to do that. And certainly you'll see in the facilities master plan an analysis of our facilities, but we would have to go through other districts' facilities master plans in order to be able to, there's no way to rate them like that. So
I see.
I don't even know how you would begin to do that.
Sure, that's fine. But I'm glad that, in my opinion, I have visited some schools in Fremont and in Hayward, and we are in much better shape compared to those schools. So I'm glad that we are in that situation. Thank you so much for our community to make that investment in our schools. Thank you. So next agenda item is 8.2, update on district projects. Ms. Hugman again.
Waiting for the. Good evening once again. So the next item is actually something that we started doing the year before school closures and the pandemic, and this is something that we'd like to bring forward to you on an annual basis, which is an update on the projects that we have in our inventory at every stage of that project life cycle. So we prepared, there you go, it's coming up now. So joining me in this presentation is our Director of Facilities and Construction and Modernization, Mr. Narayan Naidu. And again, this is the inventory that we have right now with our current projects. There you go. Okay, so like I said, our goal is to give you an update on an annual basis with regards to what we have in our inventory on our projects. Let me start by talking about the department that really manages all of these, which of course is one of the facilities construction and modernization is one of the unique disciplines that's under business and operations. In that department, I'll just keep talking and then we can catch up with the presentation. In the department is, again, we have a director. And we have a half-time classified support staff that supports our director, Mr. Naidu. The courtyard, if you are not familiar with it, is actually located somewhere else, not too far from the district office. They are on Smith Street, as I added there, because we're not all consolidated in one place. Okay, I mentioned earlier that we are presenting to you an update on all the projects that we have in our inventory, regardless of where they are in that phases. So before I turn it over to Mr. Naidu, I want to go over what those are. We kind of grouped it in these main phases: the assessment, the design development, and then construction documents. So a lot of things go through that process. And of course, we have to go through bidding process based on public contract code and the construction and the punch list and the closeout and the sidewalk and all of that. So from beginning to end, this is the life cycle of a project. It shows on this visual, the people or the key roles or the key responsible people at each stage. So with that, we're gonna dig a little deeper with regards to our updates and how we track our project inventory.
Thank you, Annette. Good evening, Superintendent Thompson, President Chima, and the respected board members. So any project we start with project assessment. Basically, architects are very artistic people and they are very much form oriented. But for school projects, we make sure that form follows function and not function follows form. So it's not a TNI system we have here. So we carry out a very intensive project assessment. And during project assessment is where there is a lot of engagement strategies which take place with the stakeholders, the community, the maintenance and operations team, and the city, sometimes the city, and also the ruling or the controlling environments which are at the sites. So During the project assessment phase, that is where all the wants, the needs of the stakeholders are taken care of or considered. Some places, some districts, they call it programming, but here we call it project assessment. And during project assessment, this is when we try to select whether we need what the type of consultants needed. For example, do we need a geotech? We need a hazmat consultant. We need a surveying consultant. We need a civil engineering consultant. So all the consultants are selected there and there. The contract between civil engineering consultants, geotech engineers, hazmat is directly with the district, and district provides support to them, and they provide documents to the district, and that does not form part of the contract when the contractor comes on board. So they become the basis of design by the architect. So after the project assessment phase, there is also a very basic ballpark figure-based estimate, which creates the fixed budget limits. So we basically, very broadly, very vaguely, we would be assuming a certain amount of value to the project. Then follows the schematic design. Then again, in this phase, there's a lot of involvement of the users, the stakeholders, the community, and whatever the environment demands. Here, the drawings are being developed, but it's very scattered. You cannot take off, you cannot estimate exactly on that, but it depicts what is taken into consideration, where the wants are placed, where the needs are placed, and the total functioning of the facility we are looking forward to realize in a tangible manner. Then follows the design development. Design development is where we put all the meat, and then we try to create all the details of the basic different trades. What are the mostly mechanical, electrical, plumbing inputs are placed into that, and then more detailed designs are done. Here there is a very profound estimate done, and then the adjustment to the project budget is done at design development. After design development, the stakeholders, they don't take part in any meetings. They are very much aloof of what is happening, because then we move to construction documents, which is very technical in nature. That's where all the technical details are put in. And activities like constructability reviews, takeoff estimates, which is very exact. And then also value engineering is done. Suppose we go beyond what the fixed budget limit is. And finally, construction takes place, and construction itself is a discipline of its own. That is where the general contractor is involved. After that, project closeout. Project closeout is supposed to be very thorough, where there's a lot of liability on us if we try to oversee it with a lot of laxity, because that's where we get all the documents of warranties, guarantees, maintenance and operations, and also all the forms, and also financial closeouts, the waivers, all these are in the project closeout, and also the punch list corrections before we accept the project. So basically, many a time during construction, and if you belong to the industry, we always say that when a project starts, closeout starts. Closeout is as important as any aspect of the project.
So we wanted to show you that all of these are links that gives an example. I don't know how, I think it has to be there. But these are links to that shows the different elements of what happens in that phase or in that stage of the project. This won't allow me to open the link. Okay. No, is this the next one? Okay. But anyway, those are links if you want to know more with regards to the different detail that have to be looked into with regards to these major stages of the project. So I wish I could open it here, but you have access to it.
We can open it here on our.
Okay, great, thank you. So we grouped the presentation tonight by projects that are funded by the bond and those that are funded by non-bond monies. And these are those different projects. And as you can see, we started with what those different stages are, which is why we wanted to be able to list them here so that you can see where they are in that life cycle. And while we're not going to be able to go into detail into all of these, we actually do have some renderings on projects that are very well into the design mode or are getting ready to go to bidding mode. But right now, these are those, and we can pick or answer questions on any of these. Go into detail. So we have a couple that are under project assessment, that are under construction documents. That really takes a lot of time, and that's what allows us to go out on the street for bidding. Yes, RFP, subject to what public contract code and the thresholds that we have to do. And we have one that's in the bidding process right now, and we have one that's currently happening right now. And of course, we are closing out those two major modernization projects. And these are the projects that we have that are at different stages, but are not identified to be funded by the bond. Some of these actually you've seen, like for example, the shade structures. We actually presented an item for your approval at the last meeting, but we will present those as well, given that they are in that stage that we have some drawings. Is there anything you want to add on this? No. So this is another link. This actually is how we manage and track all the inventory. And Mr. Naidu actually developed this. If you can open it, there's different tabs that would allow you to dig deeper with regards to different phases of where that particular project is. The department, meaning facilities, and also under M&O, we have bi-monthly meetings to review these things and consider also feedback or input from different sites at the staff at the site level, including from our custodians to site administrators, and that really helps us develop priorities and what needs to be attended to. If you can, again, that's a link that you can look into. So now I'm going to turn it back over to Mr. Naidu to talk about these that we will be showing renderings for.
So the next slide the next slides will be rendering of these projects. The relocation of the central kitchen operations to James Logan High School. This James Logan High School has been selected because it conformed to the spatial availability of the site. And then once we studied or analyzed the optimum usage of the current central kitchen, which is on one block of land, we are reducing the size, the physical size, by 48%, because the initial central kitchen was supposed to be a prep kitchen. Now it's basically a packaging kitchen. So moving to this site will be more effective use of space, and then probably a better use of the current site, which can be used for many other activities or whatever plans and the site selected is very much conducive for accessibility, dispatching, processing, and then also providing separate ingress and egress from Logan High School campus. And the way it is designed, it'll be a campus, a small campus within a big campus, because we are very much mindful about code red requirements. We don't want, if there's a code red alert, if the school is locked down, we don't want the supply of any of these meals and stuff to be affected. And then it also complies with the ADA, structural and fire life safety requirements, with minor tweaks. And to date, we have 12 stakeholder meetings and 9 revisions of the layout plan. And the layout plan is as follows. You can see on the screen. We just ignore the yellow part on the right hand side, because that is part of the performing arts theater, the old theater, the little theater. We're not touching that. Apart from that, apart from the yellow portion on the right hand side, or the other colors on the left is the new proposed kitchen. Careful analysis have been made with a wise use of spaces. Don't get overwhelmed by comparing the existing size with the proposed sizes, because the function of the kitchen is totally different from what was intended to do in the beginning. The next one is the Alvarado Elementary School future ready classroom, we call it Makerspace. This will take place where there are portables. Most of the portables in the school are depleted. So we're getting rid of two depleted portables. And then we will be constructing a makerspace building, a small building. This is a very futuristic design. It will complement the master plan we have, whatever is planned in the master plan going forward. So the design here may not complement to the existing old buildings, but this is a futuristic look. And then we have these shade structures at IBC and Cesar Chavez. These shade structures are very strong, solid, and long-lasting, minimum of 50 years. It's well designed, and it will be colorful, permanent structure, because the school requires something which is rainproof or waterproof. They don't want the students to get wet, and well-shaded area. The last, not the least, is the Innovation Center at ESC down here. We have this existing layout on the left, and on the right is the proposed layout. There had been about 5 meetings with Director of Digital Services and Director of Technology, with the architect, and I believe there was about 2 or 3 revisions to that, and this is the final drawing. What you see, that this is the final layout, and this document is at DSA, currently being reviewed by DSA. So this is very much the final layout of the Innovation Center.
So, yeah, the last picture is that the annex that we have, where am I? I think it's over there. That's an exciting project. You know, we talk about future ready of our classrooms, and here's one that really would epitomize our goal of being that for our students and the families that we serve. So we're excited about that project. We had to go through a few iterations because it's a very old building. The structure and the support needs a little bit of help. But so anyway, those were the renderings of some of the projects that we are working on. Earlier, I did introduce or show, you know, the department that handles these. I just would like to make mention, especially since Jason is here joining us this evening, the dynamics between, you know, when we build it and then we turn it over to the MNL staff. So there is such a strong correlation between those departments working together. Anyway, we will take any questions if there are any with regards to this update.
Any questions from the board members? 2, okay. Go ahead, trustee, the session member first.
I just want to thank you for all your work, and I especially want to thank Mr. Naidu. I think it's the first time I've seen you presenting to us. So thank you for explaining it in layman's terms and making it very easy to understand. I really appreciate it.
Ms. Candace, trustee, please.
Yeah.
I too would like to thank you for updating us regarding what's going on. I'm just curious about the timeline.
Of a specific project, or is there a
All the ones that were presented, are they happening at the same time? Are they happening at different?
The canopies, the solar canopies at Cerros and Pioneer will be next summer. The shade structure will be next summer, 2022 summer. Project will be under construction. And the AES Makerspace is also taking place next summer, and Innovation Center will be done next summer. So there'll be at least about 5 construction projects going on next summer.
It's important to note, though, that once it is in DSA, we have very little control over when we can get it back. So some things we can manage and some things we don't have a lot of control with. Also, when we are
planning these, determining them, we do have a timeline, and then, of course, we try to make use of the school calendar, so that depending on the area that's being done, we would also try to work around all of that to minimize disruption. So there's different elements that are considered with regards to the timing.
Thank you.
Member Bashir?
Also, thank you for all the great work, great explanation. The explanation was really great at kind of these larger projects, right? And so I have a specific question because somebody who had reached out to me at Hillview Press mentioning the need for new carpets in the admin building. So the question is there's these size projects, which are actually big, and then there's work order things like I need a new fluorescent tube. Like, what is the in between for something like this carpet has had its full life and needs to be replaced? What is the approval and prioritization for something like that, like for maintenance?
So in general, we develop a list of our deferred maintenance projects throughout the year because we look for, concerns from our staff. We look for patterns. We do our own assessment based on that. The project that you mentioned actually is lined up, is currently in programming, or it is in the list. I don't remember that it's there, but site walks will be done, but carpet flooring is actually one of the things that came up in that. So we're doing an assessment with Hillview Press, and staff are walking that site because there are other things actually that have been identified in addition to the carpet.
Okay, thank you so much.
More question? So I had a similar request from staff members at Pioneer Elementary. I believe there was some work that needs to be done to the blacktop, or there was some leftovers, debris kind of, because we picked up the portables. So I did mention it to Dr. Thompson before I went to out of country trip, but I did not get a chance to forward that email. So I'm wondering if you can share with the board members, like Member Nishid has mentioned, a list of the projects they are already in line, so that we know it, so these projects they're going, and you might have the priority ratings, or this is going, depending on the budget and need, that's different. But if you can share just a list of the smaller projects, the needs from the staff, so we will appreciate that. You might have it already, it might needs to be included somewhere here.
I think I heard you say Pioneer, is that correct?
Pioneer School, yeah, sometimes back, I think 2 months back, they reached out to me, but.
Yeah, so I'd like to share that actually, in the last couple of meetings with the city staff, we've been talking about that. If you all recall, when we did the modernization at Pioneer, we have to have temporary housing.
Right.
So we had to drop a couple of portables on that. We're actually, after a couple of discussions with the city, we're actually putting it back, especially according to our agreement, putting it back to how it was before. Because that is their part. That work is also being done. It's in the project list. So yes, that also is part of our project. Expounding to two similar questions now. Again, I want to remind you that a list of deferred maintenance is developed throughout the year, and that's why we have our M&O staff. So anything as they are going about their routine maintenance, those are how they are identified. And if you may recall, sometime in the spring or before we close for the year, we actually do bring you a resolution because we identify all those lists that we would like to do over the summer, or that we are lining up to do over the summer. So there's a lot of things that play into that. The school inspection, the facility inspection report that we do annually, the M&O routine maintenance, those are how we identify those. So we always say that our custodians and our M&O staff are our eyes and our ears at our school sites, so they bring those concerns to Jason and Ryan.
Thank you. And regarding the comment which Trustee Cullis has mentioned about the timeline, so I'm sure when you develop the project, when you initiate the project in the program entries recommend PA, we do have some kind of timeline in our mind. So if you can add that slide, it might be tentative. I know that things do change, being a former civil engineer myself, so I know that. But if you can add that information in these presentations, that will help the board members to understand. And I really appreciate that because for years I have been asking to add more details, like some of the plans you have mentioned. I would like to take a look, so it's more visual, and I really appreciate that, the detail in there, but it's not perfect. There is a more work, like, for example, we could not open that today. And it also becomes available to the public. Once it's part of the board meeting, it's here, anybody can take a look, and we can go back, oh yeah, we mentioned this and this in this meeting, and we can go back, take a look. So we appreciate that, bringing this information, detailed information into these presentations, even the design part. So I know when we develop the facilities master plan, it's a lot of information in one presentation. So I never kind of sensed that in the last slide on this innovation center, the education service center, I never sensed that we are going to do something here too. It just came to my mind when I realized it. So that's good. Thank you. Keep improving. Appreciate that. And then one question I have about the shade structures. What kind of roofing we have on these? If you haven't put that information.
Steel roof. Steel.
So it's not the solar kind of.
No.
Okay. It appears from the picture, so that's why I asked about it. Yeah. So thank you for your work. I appreciate that. Okay. Go back to the docs. So next is the public hearing on 9.1. Public hearing, educator effectiveness block grant expenditure plan 2021 to 2022 through 2025, 2026. The board will now open the public hearing for the educator effectiveness block grant expenditure plan for 2021 to 2022 through 2025 to 2026. Are there any speakers for this public hearing?
And no speakers.
Being no speakers, the public hearing is now closed. Okay. And then item number 9.2, public hearing of the New Haven Teachers Association collective bargaining agreement sunshine proposal. I would now like to open the public hearing to solicit information relative to the New Haven Teachers Association initial proposal, which was presented to the Board of Education on November 19, 2019. Are there any speakers?
No speakers.
There being no speakers, this public hearing is now closed. Okay, so next agenda item is information items 10.1. New board policy number C1313, civility. So this is being shared for board review and for the public comment. Is there any, staff is going to refresh our members over this?
Yeah, it's unusual to actually have a brand new policy. In this
Yeah.
case, we have two. Usually we bring revisions that are recommended. So this policy 13, I can put on my glasses.
1313.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, sure is. Look at that. This policy was recommended by GAMA to address the problems that are occurring in public meetings across the country, really, and the disruption of the governance process. So it's a philosophical policy statement that sets the tone for how we're recommending GAMA and we support as staff that we set as a philosophical approach to how our meetings should be conducted.
I appreciate that. So I would like to read a little bit. The board understands that the First Amendment provides strong protection for speech, However, the board expects that all speech and expression will comport with the norms of civil behavior on district grounds, in district facilities, during district activities or events, and in the use of district electronic or digital systems and platforms. Thank you. I appreciate that for bringing this policy on, and thank you for sharing the background. And the next one is,
Wait.
oh, sorry. I
Is
didn't-
this for the board discussion?
It's just information item, you can share your thoughts.
Okay, so since these are new board policies, now's a good time to have conversations, our first reading on it. So you already explained to me the impetus behind the policy recommendation from Cameron, so thank you for that. And we don't have to have the answers today, right? I just want to kind of queue up some of the discussion points so that we can discuss them at maybe the second meeting or when it's time to act on it. The first question I have is what administrative regulations need to be put in place as a part of this new policy? And the second for this one is how do we make room for expressions of civil disobedience and protests? Like how do we explicitly make that into the policy? Either more prescriptively describing the types of things that should definitely be allowed for the First Amendment. So, but I don't know to what extent we should prescribe that, but I want to make sure that we do have the ability to, or that our students and our constituencies have the ability to protest.
Yeah, I think the intent of this policy is to allow exactly that to happen, but to be done in a civil manner with some expectations about how that's conducted. So that is the intent of the policy. So it's already baked into it. As far as ARs go, there isn't really a need for them in this case. There's already protocols in place. If a meeting gets disrupted, there's a protocol the board follows already in place for that. So this is again intended to be more of a philosophical statement about how we are as a district, as an organization, expecting meetings to be conducted to allow for everything you're talking about, but to be done in a civil manner. That's the intent.
And thank you. If there is any say from our members of the policy committee when this policy came into existence, so if you have some discussion, if you would like to share, we appreciate that.
That's not.
We reviewed it.
Okay, and thank you, Member Nishihira, for bringing that conversation into this when we get into the policy. Because protests, they have many ways of speaking. So, okay, next is 10.2. It's also a learning policy that has been reviewed by the policy committee. So the purpose of this policy is to incorporate current laws and the needs of transgender students into a district policy. This policy addresses areas including gender identity, student records, safety, and access to programs and facilities. So, any board members have any questions or comments on the issue?
Yeah, I do, and I will list that, and I'll kind of like read them out right now, and I will make sure that staff gets them so that they're accurately reflected in minutes. But this is just things for us to think about. I am really in favor of having a transgender student policy. I want to make sure that this important policy is done really well, comprehensively, and that we serve our students. So I've got two sets of questions: one for the policy petitioners, or those who are bringing the policy forward, and another set of questions for staff. And again, don't worry about capturing them all. I'll make sure that they get forwarded. Okay, the first one is for the first set is for policy petitioners. What changes were introduced by the policy committee to make this more locally relevant? I know that this was based off of another school district. I want to know, what were the local modifications that we made to it? Second one is what are the administrative regulatory implications of this policy? This probably should actually be under questions for staff. Third one is under definitions. Should we consider the section header as the accepted terminology, because a lot of these under definitions, there's the line header, and then there's a lot of synonyms behind them. So are we considering that first line as being like the official term? This is an evolving regulatory space. And so how are we ensuring that we're keeping up to date on all of the newest terminology? It's a very fluid space, and I think staying on top of it is really important. Gender nonconforming is noted as outdated. And so the question I have is, what is the current terminology, if that exists? And is it also accurate and comprehensive to list gender conforming as a definition? So if we're calling out gender nonconforming, do we also call out gender conforming so that we can talk about those two parties in similar ways? And I'll have to go back to the policy to remember what this is. So if Roman 2A1 is true, let me see if I can, I'm just going to read it because how are we to understand the affected population? We have all kinds of sensitive data in our system, like housing status, et cetera. Of course, we want to maintain our students' privacy, but how can we really understand the breadth and depth of the problem if this information is private? So there's just some things that we have to think about. Like, for example, how many gender nonconforming students do we have in the district? If we don't have that data tagged anywhere, we can't really know. So that's something that I would love to kind of dig into. And there's a couple of areas where I think that gender identity and gender expression might be flipped a little bit. So maybe we should just go through that and just make sure that that everything is, because to me, maybe I had a different understanding of it. In Roman 2D3, it seems like we would require staff to inquire with every student how they would like to express their gender. And I'm wondering if that's the intent of the policy, or could we start with the assumption based on a student's outward-facing explicit gender expression as to the preferred pronoun, or should we ask every single time? It seems like it could run into a little bit of maybe it could be make things a little bit clumsy. It seems like, okay, yeah, I have a comment that basically says we should just look at gender identity versus gender expression. Oh, and then the last one is in Roman 2H3. Is there a reason why our local policy should go beyond the scope of CIF? Is there some local reason why? So for example, should we just stop it there, which is like the CIF establishes the guidelines. Is there a reason why we should why Union City should be any different, or why New Haven should be different? And then in the non-binary non-binary part of that same paragraph, is there a reason why participation in sports should not be based on sex assigned at birth rather than gender expression? I'd like to understand that one a little bit. And then I have a few more for staff. Okay, so that was for the policy petitioners. This is for staff. Within our bounds of the law, do we have a reliable way of knowing the breadth of the student population that this policy would cover? Especially considering that it's a very sensitive topic from a data privacy standpoint. Does our student information system currently support male, female, and other as a data entry? And also, is it labeled as gender or sex? The third one is, does our student information system break out legal names from preferred names? And then fourth, what is in our entire data schema, in our SIS, what is the most sensitive information that we store? Is there a case that to be made that gender identity is more sensitive than those? I just want to know because I just want to make sure that we are keeping all student information safe, and I just want to understand what those things are. And then this is the last one. And that is, I noticed that there's no there's no curriculum guidance in this policy draft. So what current structures do we have in place with regard to parental consent when teaching about gender nonconforming subject matter? I personally received a report from and a petition from a concerned parent that a teacher was teaching about the subject matter in the 4th grade class. And what types of consent structures are in place to ensure that parents have a choice to whether or not their children will participate in this curriculum. So that was that's the breadth of what I took away when I took about the policy. Apologize it was so long, but it was a very comprehensive policy, and I wanted to make sure that we had this discussion, and so that we can kind of get this right. And I will send that directly to Lori so it gets all captured. Thank you.
So any questions or comments from the other board members?
Wow.
That was a lot of questions.
Yeah.
So,
I tried to get them all down.
There was a lot.
yeah, no, I know, and I appreciate, I know you curated those into, just one point of clarification. So the policy petitioner is the board, because you as a consent item requested.
So I guess that would be the policy.
So the policy committee, is that, yeah,
Yeah,
so
okay.
I think as a next step, what we're gonna have to do is quite a bit of work to figure out to address these areas. We also yesterday got some responses from our legal counsel about that, provided some feedback too. So I think what we're gonna need to do is kind of come up with take these questions, address them, and then bring it back to policy committee to kind of put it together and take a look at it. I think that's the next step. And
Are you willing to share the feedback we got from legal counsel?
yeah, I can share that too. We got it last night, so
Okay.
I haven't had a chance to send it out yet, but I can share that too. It's perfect. It's the perfect time to do that. We'll do that. We'll send that out tomorrow.
I got some, where'd it go? I solicited some feedback from some trusted friends, and I wanted to list some of the things that I got back so that we can make sure they're incorporated before we vote to approve. I need to find them. Sorry, please hold. Okay, there you go. We need to check. There's in one section with the number 4, we talk about communicating with parents and the potential need to discuss gender identity. I think we do advise consulting with the student before disclosing to the parent, that they're using an alternative name in class. We need to check the law because it's possible that it does not permit disclosure of gender identity to parents without the express permission of the students. So we should double check that with our counsel. I don't know.
I'm not writing.
I'm
I'm
sharing
not
some of
writing this
that.
down, so please, if you have it written down, please share.
I'll send them. Lori's taking notes too, because she's awesome. Okay, and then another concern is about sex ed. If we have any puberty or sex ed segregated by gender in any grade level, we should probably have something in the policy about having the student go to, student be able to select which class they'd like to attend if they're transgender. That's all that so far. Any other feedback? Well, I mean, did you want me to
Sure.
address any of your questions?
Yeah.
That's good. So as far as local modifications, I believe staff, put in our district's policies that were in regards to this policy. When I read through it, we did base it off of, I found out that the LA policy is based off of the San Francisco unified school district policy. And that Oakland and Berkeley also have adopted a similar policy. So when I read it, I didn't necessarily see anything that I felt was necessarily needed to be changed to the local level. You know, it seemed pretty, to me, it seemed pretty generic in the first place.
Okay.
You know, it's all schools have sports programs, all schools have restrooms, all schools have locker rooms and PE and all that stuff. So it wasn't necessary to really change a lot. We can review in the policy committee to change, did you say change the header to accepted definitions or?
Oh, so yeah, so for example, in the definitions, there was like the line header, right, with gender non-conforming, or that was a wrong, that's not a good example. There was one where like, there was the line header, and then they're also known as, or some other words include this and this and this and this and this, and they were all kind of similar, but I guess the question is, should we pick one word from that, or and use that, or it would just make things a little bit, it would just simplify just kind of like the language, you know what I mean? So like, let me see if I can find an example.
Yeah, that would be helpful.
Uh,
Are you talking about under Roman numeral 1?
Let's see here. So. let's see. Oh, like not like on F, non-binary includes interchangeably with terms like gender queer, gender creative, gender non-conforming, gender diverse, gender expansive. So I guess my point is, for all of those terms, should we just call it non-binary as like an accepted umbrella term for that?
No.
Okay.
Absolutely not.
Okay, so then I guess, does it make sense then to list those out individually, right? If they are in fact different. I guess the most of these are actually really straightforward. I think maybe it was non-binary that I thought was could be a little bit more crisply defined, and so.
Well, that's just not how non-binary people identify.
Okay.
So we can't. Some people identify as non-binary men, some people identify as non-binary women. Some people identify as agender, so they don't identify with any gender. Some identify as gender queer, which would be like one day is a he day, one day is a she day, one day is a they day. You just ask them in the morning, what are you using today? You know, so the whole point of non-binary is not to be in the box. So it's not going to be easy to make it more concise. Okay, so the other ones, let's see what we can talk about now. How are we ensuring and keeping up to date with modern terminology? I went to remember the website we used as a transgender athlete website. I think that's actually the name of it. Transgender and athletes. And I used a lot of these, I used a lot of their definitions for this policy because I felt like the ones that were in the policy we looked at from LAUSD were old. So in order to update those definitions, we use that as a resource. So that's how we're, yes, okay. Did you see gender conforming as a definition in there?
Yeah, it was in the first section. Yeah, it's gender non-conforming. It says it's an outdated term, so I'm just wondering if we should replace it with an updated term.
It's because that's what's used, so it's informing people who are looking at this policy that we shouldn't use that word anymore.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and it gives you some options of words to use. But I didn't see gender conforming. I was confused by that question.
Right.
Typically, we say cisgender.
Cisgender? Okay.
Cis just means same. So you're the same gender that you were given as your sex.
Okay, so the way that I'm thinking about this section is that these are the words that we should use. So if that's, so maybe I
Got
should
it.
just change my way of thinking, but at like, you know, if it's. Yeah, so I you know, because I want to match our words with what is kind of the current, you know, the current current lexicon.
Got it. Okay, that makes sense. So we should put something here like, I could say, gender diverse could replace gender non-conforming as a
Okay.
very neat and tidy replacement. We can get more input on that from other members of the community, but we could say gender diverse, a word to replace gender non-conforming, which is an outdated gender, and then, you know, we could switch it around a bit, if that makes it clearer, okay? So 2D3, okay, sorry. Okay, it says if personnel are unsure how a student wants to be addressed. So that doesn't require staff to ask every single student.
Got it.
But
Okay.
I have heard of teachers passing out forms at the beginning of their classes every year, where the student can give them a preferred name and their pronouns.
Okay, so you're right. So I'm rereading that right now, so and that modifier at the beginning, if school personnel are unsure.
Yeah,
That makes a lot more sense.
I'm wondering if I mean, there's quite a bit here, so I'm wondering if we could take all of the comments, put it together and our attorney's comments, put them together in one document and possibly share it that way.
Okay.
I think that might be a more efficient way of.
okay. Are there any of these that you feel need to be addressed in public?
Maybe the athletics one, the one around non-binary student athletes using their gender of X. Let me see what the actual words are in policy. With that best aligned with their gender identity.
Yeah.
Versus their sex assigned at birth. So can you help me understand that a little bit more?
And I can talk about that a little bit.
Yeah.
One of the, and it's, I believe, and I'll have to double check that our policy conforms with the CIF rules.
That is.
Yeah, the CIF has, and we'll double check to make sure, but CIF put out a set of guidance on transgender athletes and and we, the nice thing is that they did put something out, but on the other side of it is, we don't have the flexibility to change their guidance. So I'll double check to make sure that it's correct, but I thought that was.
Good, that's just what I was verifying. I was just verifying that we're not making modifications to CIF
No.
locally.
No, we don't have
No,
that.
we
Yeah.
checked to make sure that none of the policies in here conflicted with CAS rules.
Okay.
Yeah, we did that check.
We'll triple check, but
Yeah.
yeah, we should be fine.
Anything else?
Nothing that needs to be necessarily discussed here.
And we can put this, we'll make all of this public, so we can
Sure.
we can address all these things and then put it out publicly next time we bring it forward.
Okay, great. So we're gonna be voting on this December 7th?
Well, if it needs to go to policy again, I don't think we have another policy
Oh.
committee until January, so it'd probably be the first board meeting in February is when we bring it.
That's it?
Right. So I have a small procedural ask because it's information item only, so, but there's under the executive content made a motion, so we don't need to entertain that.
Oh, no, that's not, that's right.
Sorry.
Yeah, that should,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure. So agenda item number 10.3, items from the board and superintendent, since our student board member is not here today, so I'd like to start with our super. Are you still present?
He'll raise his hand if he has something.
Oh,
Would you like to go first?
Yeah, you please go first. Ask him.
Bonnie, you are up.
For the reports,
Yes.
Yeah.
okay, hi, everyone. We are just working on staff giving to kind of appreciate our staff at Logan. That's one thing we do every year. So it's just a matter of finalizing the stuff for that right now. Homecoming was a great success. A lot of students enjoyed it. It was actually very, very fun. I enjoyed seeing a lot of our students happy to be there at the dance with the games, a bunch of different things like that. I also enjoyed attending the CSBA student board member training. That was very insightful. I learned a lot of great things. I actually got to make quite a few connections with other student board members. So I definitely did appreciate that as well. I believe that's it for me. So thank you for acknowledging, me being here on Zoom and allowing me to Zoom into the meeting and still give my report.
Thank you. Dr. Thompson?
Sure. Okay, a couple things that we're working on, a couple things going on in the districts, and man, I gotta put this on. So you'll see down in the agenda another order for Chromebooks, and this is another round of Chromebooks that we're putting forward to help get us through where we're at. That will be able to be used for years to come as well. Just so you know that we are also developing a more comprehensive, ongoing refreshment plan for all of these things. And now that things have changed since the pandemic. We do things differently. We look at things differently now. And we realize moving forward, we're going to need to have a more comprehensive plan. So we're working on that. You can look forward to that to coming. So year in and year out, post-pandemic, we build into our expenditures of what we need to do to keep our technology up to speed. So it's changed since the beginning of the pandemic, and more on that to come. We're also have been thinking quite a bit about the resolutions we pass and how we pass them. And we send them out to staff or to the community, and they kind of live and die right there. But we are trying to find ways to make them more alive and more in our classrooms and in our schools. So we started the discussions about trying to create for the resolutions that are annual, the ones that we know every month they're going to come. We know what year they come, what month of the year they come, and which ones they are. Trying to curate resources for staff that are age and content appropriate to go along with these resolutions. We actually have our first meeting tomorrow with a group that's been working. We didn't know it, they were working independently on the LGBTQ+ resolution. And when we found out, we're planning on partnering with them tomorrow to create. That'll be the first one that we work on moving forward. And you referenced Trustee Nishihara, the book that was read, that triggered some frustration. I know Trustee Mallory. It's also we'll talk about it. But it's a great example of how we can look at where that might fit within the supplemental resources that are appropriate. And we have policies that guide that. So that work begins for us tomorrow, and hopefully, over time, we'll be able to have something similar for all of the standard resolutions we pass. So that's a bit of work that we're excited about coming up. Let's see, fall sports. We've had several teams make it past their league. The water polo, both men, girls and boys, they went to their playoff rounds, and then our boys are out. Unfortunately, girls are still moving forward. Volleyball went forward, but lost in the second round. Football is moving forward. Unfortunately, they're playing De La Salle on Friday night. So at De La Salle, which I support all of our boys moving forward, and best of luck to them. But that's a monumental task. Anyway, it's pretty exciting. It's something that we'll never forget. So let's see, and then next week we have a governance session on Tuesday. So if you have topics I have a list of topics I've been keeping track of, I know that, but if you wouldn't hurt to refresh my memory and make sure we're all on the same page. So if you think of any topics you would like covered, I will make sure we include them in the agenda for next Tuesday. I think it's at 5:30. 5:30, yeah. Okay, and that's it for me.
Thank you. Any updates from the board members, please, with your hands? Okay, go ahead, trustee.
First, I want to express my condolences for families of those involved in the fatal accident over the weekend on Whipple. We agree with you and, you know, my heart goes out to all of you. I also want to offer condolences. We lost one of our board of supervisors, not our representative, but Supervisor Wilma Chan, who was a champion for children and for women. And so that was a great loss that our whole county is grieving. She suddenly passed away due to a car being hit by a car. So be careful if you're driving out there. You never know who you might harm. Today, changing to a different mood, I did my 40 questions with the board at Sierra Elementary. I was also able to observe some of the Spanish immersion classrooms. They were really great. I got to brush up on some of my Spanish. And we had a great time, and you should look out for that on YouTube coming up in the next couple of weeks. And then finally, I do want to address some issues that came up. There were some issues that came up within the school district for LGBTQ History Month that, you know, some parents were concerned with their students being taught about LGBTQ history or with certain books that were read or anything like that. And one of those books I brought tonight. It's called Pride, The Story of Harvey Milk and the Rainbow Flag, written by Rob Sanders. And I would just like to say to the community, if you're going to sign a petition saying that it shouldn't be read to children, then you should read it yourself. Because saying something's not age appropriate is the way that people have fought against gay rights in school districts and education of LGBTQ plus history for decades. And so to me, that's a trigger word, because that tells me that you don't have any other reason other than your own ignorance. So that's what I have to say about that. And I'm
Thank you. Any other board members? No? So, for me, I missed the last board meeting, because I was visiting India to do the final rites for my sister who passed away. I tried to be on board through technology, but didn't work data and everything. So, but I am glad that I was able to take her remains back to the village she was born in and meet to the family and friends and do the proceedings. So finally put her into the peace and the land she arose from. I'm glad that Dr. Thompson has already started some work to put some meaning to the resolutions we passed here, and they have allocated some resources that need to have some supplemental resources. I appreciate that. We have been asking for that for a long time. Finally, it's a time, and I'm glad. So I also express my condolences to the families who lost their family members here in the city and also for our supervisor, Wilma Chan. She was the force, for the, especially for the minority communities in early days. So that's it for me. Thank you. Moving on to the committee reports, agenda item number 11.1, report from the budget and the finance committee. Is there any update for report?
Our next meeting
His
is
next meeting is on Monday, so I think there's nothing to report. Next is 11.2, report from the communication and advocacy committee. So you guys did have meeting last Thursday, 28th. If you have any updates, please.
You want me to?
Oh, you know, you go with it.
Okay, so we met on October 28th. We discussed the current brand system and the brand architecture with our vendors. We also approved the design for the new district website, so that will be moving to engineering. So and development, we're looking forward to that. And our next meeting is scheduled for November 18th. That's it.
Thank you, thank you. Next is the 11.3, report from the policy review committee.
Do you want me to? All right, the policy review committee met, you will see many policy revisions in the consent agenda. We have approved them, so please vote yes. We also, I have notes on this, right?
Isn't that executive something?
Yes, no, I have my own personal notes. Okay. We also discussed, obviously, we discussed transgender policy, and we discussed BB 9100, is that on the consent agenda? About the vice president versus assistant superintendent titles. I believe the consensus we reached was that the assistant superintendent title seems to be more, in congruence with neighboring districts and industry standards. So is there a policy on that?
No, I would just say that I think our recommendation was to, next time contracts come up for renewal, that we would switch the chief term for assistant superintendent at that time.
So our next meeting, as you said was in January. So I'm not sure what the date is there.
Yeah, it is not listed.
Lori, I'll have it before we find it, I'm
Right,
sure.
I'm looking.
It's the 25th, is that?
It is the 25th. We have a tentative policy review committee. We found it at the same time, Lori, on the 25th. We did also. Okay, that's it.
So, I know this is.
That's all.
Oh,
Trustee Gonzalez.
okay, sure.
Yeah, that we just had a lively conversation about adding or merging the vice president role on as an officer on our board members, and so.
That's a good point. So the policy that's before the board tonight in the consent, it's the CSBA course, the gamut recommended policy, which would allow the board to, it just simply adds a little flexibility. The board has the ability in December to have a president and a vice president, a president and a clerk, or a president, a clerk, and a vice president. So you'll have the option at that time, and you can, at that time, you can decide. We actually will, I think the plan was to talk about the governance next week, and then move forward with the reorganization in December.
But we did change the policy because it said vice president and clerk, and we kind of had a lively discussion about if we need both or not. And so we decided that we would leave it as and/or so that we can decide as a board.
Yeah, I did notice that, and I appreciate that you did that. Thank you.
Do we have that view?
Yes.
It's in the, it's
It's in the
PP
consent.
11, it's in the consent agenda. I think it's 11. Oh, I'm sorry, 9110, I think, is that right? 9100.
No, I don't remember.
Oh, it's in,
1351. Organization, I see. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your work on the policy committee. And then next is any other, we change the title to other committees, but it still says other 11.4. Is there any update from the other subcommittees, even in the sub-one?
Nothing from the foundation.
Or several? So, nothing. Okay. How about anything from Mission Valley? Because we can.
I reported on that last time.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. So next is agenda item numbers, action items, 12.1. Consideration of the student expulsion recommendation, one case. May I have a motion and second to expel student number 1? Okay. Any discussion or questions on it?
Yeah, point of order, or if I can interject it, is there a possibility of bundling these items, 12.1, 12.6?
We used to do that before, but I think there is a reason that we are doing it separately now. We used to do it in one action item and from student number 1 through 6, like that. Is there a reason that we are putting them separate now?
Well, the assumption, because the board makes their decision when they deliberating tonight, you can't assume that you're going to approve them all. If you've made a decision on all 6, and you could potentially make them, I think you could move to approve items 12.1, 12.2, 12 through 12.6. But, we don't like to make the assumption that the board is ahead of time.
We did have our delegation, so.
Yeah, you could move all of those items.
I would like to make a motion at this time and make an assumption. So my motion is to bundle items 12.1 through 12.6 to approve those agenda items.
Second. Roll call please.
Canlis.
Aye.
Gonzalez.
Aye.
Ishihara.
Aye.
Sweat Mallory.
Aye.
Chima.
Aye. Okay, 12.7, resolution number 020-2122, award bid and approve contract with GO2, Go2 and Company, DBA Let's Go Vending. Ms. Helderman, may I have a motion and second to approve resolution number 020-2122, award bid and approve contract with Go2 and Company, DBA Let's Go Vending.
Second.
Any question or discussion? I have a question that I had the impression that these machines, they were prohibited in our campuses. Is that true or not?
No, the machines are not, some of it's what goes in them, some items you can't have some of them. Yes, so we were only putting approved, school approved items in them.
Oh, thank you. Roll call please.
Canlis.
Aye.
Gonzalez.
Aye.
Ishihara.
Aye.
Sweat Mallory.
Aye.
Chima.
Aye. So 12.8, resolution number 021-2122, resolution of the governing board authorizing the establishment of Fund 73, Union City Family Center Corporation, UCFCC Foundation Fund. May I have a motion and a second to approve the resolution number 021-2122, resolution of the governing board authorizing the establishment of Fund 73, Union City Family Center Corporation, UCFCC Foundation Fund.
So moved.
Second. Any questions or discussion? Nothing. Just want to let you know, board members, that there is another agenda item in the consent agenda item to it's 13.38. So I did inquire from our staff that if they can share the articles of incorporation for this new organization, Unicity Family Center Corporation. And that's Thompson, we will find it out first and share it with us. That's it. Roll call, please.
Canlis.
Aye.
Gonzalez.
Aye.
Ishihara.
Aye.
Sweat Mallory.
Aye.
Shima.
Aye. Uh, 12.9, resolution number 022-2122, authorizing sale of property field area at the Conwy Carvalho High School. May I have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 022-2122, authorizing sale of property field area at Conwy Carvalho High School. Second. Any discussion? Comment, questions? I have a comment myself. Keeping with the long time, my tradition, my intention is to keep the control of all of our facilities and our possession, so that in the future, because land or any facilities, whoever have it, they have the assets. So my intention is to keep all the facilities or land intact, so that in the future, our school district is well positioned to lease them, because there will be scarcity of those things. And then have possible revenue instead of having this one-time funds and then be done with this. I will be voting separately for that reason. Roll call, please.
Canlis.
Aye.
Gonzalez.
Aye.
Ishihara.
Aye.
Sweat Mallory.
Aye.
Shima.
Abstain. Then item number 12.10, approval of notice agreement with the past rehab incorporate DBA schooling, Mitchell. May I have a motion and second?
Wait, point of order. I just have a point of order on the previous item. I believe that we create a board policy against abstaining unless you have a legal interest in the item. So do you need to abstain because you have a personal interest in the sale of the property, or are you voting no?
I don't have personal interest in the property, but I have shared my reason to do that, but I can change my vote if board wants to.
Yeah, I was gonna bring that up during the governance portion. Thank you for bringing it up now.
We can have you can bring the motion again for the second time voting, so that I can change my vote. It's up to the board.
Huh?
I think you can just change your vote if you want. There's a motion on the table. It came down, you heard the last vote. If you choose to change your vote, you can change it now.
I can vote no. Thank you. So next is 12.10, approval of notice agreement with Cost Rehab Incorporate DBA Schooling Mitchell. May I have a motion and second to approve the notice agreement with Cost Rehab Incorporate DBA Schooling Mitchell?
Some.
Any comment, questions, or discussion? None, seeing none, roll call please.
Canlis.
Aye.
Gonzalez.
Aye.
Ishihara.
Aye.
Sweat Mallory.
Aye.
Shima.
Aye. Next is 12.11, ratification of proposals agreements with the Carnegie Nakasaku and Associates. May I have a motion and a second to ratify the proposals agreement with the Carnegie Nakasaku and Associates?
Second.
Any questions, discussion, comment? Seeing none, roll call please.
Canlis.
Aye.
Gonzalez.
Aye.
Ishihara.
Aye.
Sweat Mallory.
Aye.
Shima.
Aye. 12.12, approval of agreement with DSP Architects for a new makerspace classroom projects at Tom Kitayama Elementary School. May I have a motion and second to approve the agreement with the DSP Architects for a new makerspace classroom project at Tom Kitayama Elementary School?
So second.
Any comment, question, or discussion? No. Seeing none, roll call please.
Canlis.
Aye.
Gonzalez.
Aye.
Ishihara.
Aye.
Sweat Valerie.
Aye.
Shima.
Aye. 12.13, approval of agreement with Plum Architects Incorporated for New Haven Makerspace Classroom Project at Hillview Crest Elementary School. May I have a motion and a second to approve the agreement with Plum Architects Incorporated for a new Makerspace Classroom Project at Hillview Crest Elementary School?
So moved. Second.
Any comment, question, or discussion? Seeing none, roll call please.
Canlis.
Aye.
Gonzalez.
Aye.
Ishihara.
Aye.
Sweat Valerie.
Aye.
Shima.
Aye. 12.14, approval of the school plans for student achievement, 2021 to 2022. May I have a motion and a second to approve the school plans for student achievement, 2021 to 2022?
So moved. Second.
Any comment, question, or
Yeah,
discussion?
just really quickly, just wanted to thank all the site administrators and school site councils and everybody involved in that. It's an arduous process. I just wanted to acknowledge and thank everybody for their hard work.
That's what I was gonna say, but I wanted to add, this is a wonderful way to see how everyone is aligning their resources with the programs and whatever they're doing in their school. So thank you for doing such a great job. And also thank you, Mr. Paisani, making sure that there's parity between parents and the staff. So again, thank you, staff. That's a lot of work. We really appreciate the effort that you put in doing, making sure that the students are receiving what they need based on the data, limited data that we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Roll call please.
Canlis.
Aye.
Gonzalez.
Aye.
Ishihara.
Aye.
Sweat Valerie.
Aye.
Shima.
Aye. Okay, next is 12.15, approval of service agreement with HANA Interpreting Services LLC. May I have a motion and a second to approve the service agreement with HANA Interpreting Services LLC 2021 to 2022?
So moved.
Okay. Did you say second?
Yes.
Okay. Any comments, questions, or discussion? Seeing none, roll call please.
Canlis.
Aye.
Gonzalez.
Aye.
Ishihara.
Aye.
Sweat Valerie.
Aye.
Shima.
Aye. 12.16, approval of service agreement with Care Solace 2021, 2022, 2022, 2023. May I have a motion and second to approve the service agreement with Care Solace 2021, 2022, and 2022, 2023?
So moved. Second.
Any question, comment, or discussion? Seeing none, roll call please.
Canlis.
Aye.
Gonzalez.
Aye.
Ishihara.
Aye.
Sweat Valerie.
Aye.
Shima.
Aye. So next is consent agenda items or action. There is, are there any items on which trustees would like hold for separate vote?
13:31.
13:31 minutes. Okay, any other? 13 for me, if there's no other board member. 13.6 for me. So, may I have a motion and second to approve consent agenda items 13.2, 13.3, 13.4, 13.5, and 13.7 to 13.38.
Just as a point of order, I would suggest that you approve all the consent items except for 13.6 and 13.31, which the other are separate vote. That way you got everything, because you missed the apple.
Yeah.
No, 13, you have to have 13.1. No,
13.6 and
31.
13.31.
oh,
And so approve the motion.
okay, no, I got it, right. I thought it's 13.1, 13.31, right?
Yeah, so the motion to approve all the consent agenda except for 13.6 and 13.31, which will. move to
Right.
separate vote.
Yeah, okay. So, wait, need to read it again, you got it.
Okay, so can you repeat what we're
Okay.
approving first?
So-
And then we do the other separate.
Yeah, we are reserving 13.31 and 13.6. So, do you want, Michael, do you want to have it for the separate vote?
Yes.
Or you can have discussion and we can keep it in the.
Okay, I would like to move that we approve all consent agenda items minus 13.6 and 13.31.
So moved. Second.
Okay, roll call please.
Camus,
Aye.
Gonzalez,
Aye.
Nishihira,
Aye.
Mallory.
Aye.
Aye. So do you want to go first for 13.31?
Sure, I'll just be brief if we're gonna, dive, deep into it at our, governance session. But I just want to, just do another push for the horrible name of clerk. We need to either merge that or, add vice president, to the list there. And we can talk more about it at our governance session. That's,
So
no offense there.
in my experience, I think, board president and clerk, they are required by the statute, I believe. And vice president is optional, and as board, we can add that. I think, can you please
Yeah.
clarify?
Yes, that's just, you can substitute the name vice president for clerk and assign the roles of the clerk to vice president. Or you can have a president, a vice president, and a clerk. But if you don't have a clerk, the roles of the clerk are assigned to the vice president. So that is an option that some districts use.
So the way it's written right now, it gives us flexibility on what we want to do, and we could discuss that at governance.
Yeah.
Right.
So, do you want to table it until we have a discussion on that day, or do we want to?
We're gonna vote on the phone.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ask, make a motion.
So you would ask for a
Okay.
motion. for-
Right, yeah. So may I have a motion and a second to approve this agenda item number 13.31, the way it is written?
So moved.
Second.
Any comments, questions, or discussion?
Mhm.
Roll call, please.
Camus,
Aye.
Gonzalez,
Aye.
Nishihira,
Aye.
Mallory.
Aye.
Shiva.
So now is 13.6. I had long conversation with our superintendent at the time. The staff has accepted that they have made a mistake. So I'm asking my fellow board members to see that our Measure M was passed in 2014. And since then, we did not have any representation from the Taxpayers Association for a long time. And it happened that in the last year, sometime, somewhere during the campaign, you meet so many people, and I met Ms. Marcus Crowley. And we just had the discussion, and he was interested in serving on the CBOC. And then I just referred him to staff. I think he should apply for that, there's a position open. And after that, it was done. I have never kind of paid attention. There was nothing. And recently, yesterday, I came back from India, and then I got those emails. I don't know anything before this. Last board meeting I didn't attend. So I do feel the need to have some accountability and also to resolve this situation amicably because we made the mistake. And also we have the option because we had earlier asked the question to our legal counsel. And I came to know that several of the CBOCs, bond oversight committees, they don't have that requirement to have a person who is representing the Taxpayers Association as well as lives in the geographical area. People, they don't have expertise or will to volunteer for those positions. But in my opinion, I do think that we need to have it doesn't hurt that to have a third neutral person take a look at our activities. So for that reason, my intention is to keep that person either on the committee until we find a replacement who lives in the geographic area, or if we can, if it's board's will to amend bylaws to be flexible, that if we find a taxpayers association representative who lives locally, and if we don't find one, in that case, we can allow somebody from Alameda County. But it's up to the board, and if you can share your thoughts regarding the situation, I will appreciate that. Go ahead.
May I make a
Ms.
comment on procedures, please? I think we need to do a motion first, and then we can say that during discussion. And then we vote.
Okay, that was a motion. Okay, there is some mistake in the administrative content because we pulled this item, so there's not individual. So may I have a motion and second to approve this agenda item?
So
Okay. So do I need to,
don't, you
I
already
need
did
to, I
discussion.
don't say my things.
You already did the discussion. Now we vote.
Yeah. Any other board member, they have any?
I have a question on this actually, since we pulled it. Since this is a bylaw, isn't this something that we would review during governance board session?
We could certainly bring the agenda to our governance session.
But the board bylaws, they are board administrative body among themselves, the discussion time, the discussion session we're going to have. This is the bylaws for the CBOC. So this is
The
different.
board
than-
does set the bylaws of the CBOC, so I understand.
Oh, I
That's
see.
correct.
You can,
Okay.
That's
So we can change them if we like.
we can have the discussion and we can change.
My recommendation is that we vote based on the current bylaws, and then we can change them if we like, and we're meeting next week. So it's not a long time that we have to wait.
Okay. Any other discussion comments? Trustee Gonzalez.
Yeah, just on the procedure of finding someone in the community and bringing them to the staff and say, I can get you on the, possibly get you on the committee. Is that my understanding how this other person got in or the process is?
Well, we, and Ms. Sullivan can correct me if I'm mistaken, but when we have vacancies, and that's how we found out that we made the mistake here, we have a vacancy, Supervisor Valle is termed out, so his seat is open, and our at-large seat termed out, correct? And so we were advertising for them, and if the board approves this resolution tonight, we'll begin the process of advertising for this seat as well. And then we advertise by all the normal means. We certainly want to fill it. But we want to fill it in a manner consistent with our bylaws. So if anybody knows anybody that would be kind of like President Chima did with Mr. Crawley, that's great. Send them our way, and we definitely want to fill these seats. And I promise you, we'll do a better job of vetting them this time to make sure that they meet all the criteria. And I apologize for putting the board in this position.
Ms. Candace, do you have something?
No, I think it's time to vote.
So no further discussion, roll call please.
Roll call, please.
Roll call please.
Campbell's.
Aye.
Gonzalez.
Aye.
Ishihara.
Aye.
Mallard.
Hi.
Chima.
Aye. Thank you so much. And then, so next is the discussion and action items removed from the consent agenda. There is none right now, but then we did have the discussion because we are having this governance session coming up, and then if you can please include the CBOC bylaws in that as well, so that we can have further discussion. Thank you. Next is 15.1, assessment of the governance procedures and protocols. Any input from the board members? Ms. Candace.
Yeah, we just want to remind ourselves that when there's a consent, it's on the consent item, the procedures are, we ask for a motion, we second, and then we do discussion. We do not do discussion before that, and then we vote. And if you do not agree with it, say no. But this is not the time to lobby for a different opinion.
No, because it's, as usual in that restaurant, and all of them, I asked for all of them, but individually this was not asked, so that's why I overlooked it this time, so appreciate for that one. Anything else? Trustee Gonzalez?
Yeah, sticking with our integrity, trustee Mallory, thank you for calling out that attention for, abstentions, we agreed on that. It's a hard thing to do to either vote up, vote it down, so I appreciate that for speaking up on it. That was a good catch.
Thank you.
Yeah, I also wanted to thank trustee Mallard for that. Secondly, I wanted to thank trustee Gonzalez for collapsing all those action items. Good call, saved some time.
Yeah.
Like that.
So for that reason, if we can keep our older format for all the students, students in one item.
We can do that.
If
and then
we
yeah,
change it, then you can change it. We used to do that.
Well, it's tough for, we can't really change the administrative content because you're doing that in real time,
No.
right? So
Yeah, but in the after the deliberation, Lord has mentioned, it, have done it before. It's
What we
not
can-
too much.
what we can do is bundle them and if there's one removed, you can amend your
Right,
motion.
right, that's the thing.
Yeah, I think we were running behind at the end of that session, so we didn't have the time to tell Lori what we were doing.
Okay, that's it. You have one more?
I think properly on that, on what member Gonzalez said, like, what we could just do is we could just say, I move to approve items 13.1 through 13.6. Full
That's
stop.
also good.
Yeah,
Yes,
instead of
also
having
good.
to make
That's
it-
Like we
probably
did
a
it
better
today.
way to do it.
Yeah.
actually.
Okay,
Yes,
that's good. That's
Yeah.
it.
We're
Okay.
saying good job.
Yeah, next is agenda item number 16.1, board member request. Any requests? Or any others? Sure, go ahead. Message. Message.
and then mine's not going. Oh, my request.
You can't have it then. All right, your
It's
turn.
late. Okay, no, that was my request. Thank you. I would like to join in honor of Supervisor Clemente.
Oh, thank you so much. And having no further items, we are closing this meeting in honor of Superintendent Bill Chan. Thank you so much. Thank you. Just.